Right then, hello, hello, if anyone's out there. Let's see, where are we? Stream is up. And off my email notifications, hell yes. Switch over to the game, looking good. Alright then. So, I believe this is the thrilling conclusion of normal detective game. Don't have much left to do. So we're gonna go and head over to the Fortress Island. Let's see if we can finally, you know, solve this case. Might be nice. A quick last minute check. What am I wearing? What do we want to have on as we head over to the island? What's my absolute peak, best of the best gear? Hat. Okay, this is nothing. The Fallen gear? Full conical hat? Reaction speed. It's gotta be the Fallen gear, right? Do I see the boots that make you tall? Do I have those? Do these? It definitely makes you a good 5 centimeters taller. Interesting. Alright, we'll go with that. Jacket. What'd it be? Party robe. Shirt. I think possibly also has to be the cuirass just because it's cool. Actually, is this outerwear or it is? Could go full helm. Fallen, rather. Although I do like drama as a skill. What else we got? The armor is just cool, I think. Hey, yeah, it has to be the armor. Pants. The Fallen is pretty good for the pants slot, though. Don't think we're gonna beat that. Alright, glasses. I think we have some, like, encyclopedia glasses or something. Is that the only +2 I have? Cool, we'll go with that. Make sure we know things. Interfacing gloves. Fallen sneakers. Gvalsund in my hand. Alright, this is it. This is... this is us ready and raring to go.
The skiff floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
You ready, Kim?
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Yes.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
I think so.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island? You heard me. Don't make me repeat myself.
Fine, why not?
He shrugs.
Very cool. Now tune it to Sad FM. You know you want to. Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
In fact, I could actually just put the boombox in my hand then.
The skiff, once you get... Have you met... Remember what the net pickers...
What? Fine.
Very sad.
Alright,
FM
now we're ready.
is a radio
There we go. Much better.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last
God, what would Egghead think?
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last and the trees are green and overhanging, where the light free and everlasting. And the trees are green and overhanging, where the light free and everlasting. Want to be free.
The boat comes to a
Although,
close.
yeah.
The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Well, we have made it to the island. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. Thanks for the support, Suki. It's cheering us up after that interlude. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Okay, this leads to the depot on Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
These stairs feel ancient. Soldiers' feet ran up them long ago. Did I walk down? No, I don't think so. I never did get into that bunker. I didn't even try. 3% chance. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Tension, inflammable. Alright. Stand there and use a cigarette. Let's see what happens. Warmer from inside the building. Warmer there than out here. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. Little birch from the coin-operated viewer. Still holding on, hey. No way to get up there, the stairs are gone. Alright. Probably don't need this anymore. Back to the Kvalsund. This was once an armament rest. Okay. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Looks like someone's been in here. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Is that a... is that a working gun? See candles planted on a broken rangefinder, I see. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Oh, more found gear. Do I have the entire set now, actually? Is that a missing piece? Found training shirt has seen one wash too many. It retains its unusual design, one sleeve short, the other long, but little of its original colours. A giant F swooshes across its chest, now in grey. Are there found gloves? I can't remember. Yeah. Wait, hang on, let's... Oh shit, we have the set, boys. Hell yeah. Very nice.
Oh, glorious Faunir, you wear the full set like a true born hero. The ultimate performance of fun flows in you.
It's like I can do anything.
You are literally untouchable, a god among mere men. Go on, the fucking sunset awaits, Faun Rider.
Oh, this is some good shit. Yo, Harry has never looked better. Moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Alright. So, items. Let's start with this one.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Okay. Oh, fuel into the tank. Do I have fuel? Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? The generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
And why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Let's see. Can I get to this yet? Oh yeah, I guess I go around. Oh wait. I think turning on the generator might, give us away. I'll do it last.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Nah, I'm good.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Do it. I guess if I need health, I'll do it. Your damaged physique has earned its rest no matter what thoughts and dreams it may bring. Oh, okay. You have a quest to do. Alright.
The greasy old.
The offer still stands.
Go.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until
Until?
you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
The tenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Alright. The door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. He can't get in. I thought that was where I came in. Okay. West Harry is EP. Go down to the chain, there's something there. I see it. Walk into the water now. Alright. See her footprints on the water. Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean.
Okay, calm down, Encyclopedia.
I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off.
Yeah, I remember we called Video Revishal, didn't we? That's the only phone number he remembers.
Very off. Just let her go. Listen to me for once.
Okay. If you say so, Volition, see ya. Hey.
Hey,
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm dying in a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest.
God, Harry.
She shakes her head, her eyebrows knitting together with worry.
You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
Desperation is gearing up. This is everything I always warned you about.
Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence, glances to her right, then looks at her bag.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions?
She sighs and looks over her shoulder.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway,
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
no, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
42%, not bad. I bought you this figurine of a headless Faln Rider, that is true. Mass murderer. But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
She looks at her feet, little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Good for me, where? In fucking hell? I'm not getting over it at all. You're right, I don't even remember who you are anymore, haha. Hell yes.
See? It just takes some time. For you, it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
With all my strength, I can't. It's like eating rocks.
There is a silence. She looks at you, then over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
Oh god. We're reaching levels of divorce sky previously only found in the hearts of neutron stars. Sure, I mean... why not ask this? Harry's already kind of pathetic, so... so you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
It doesn't have to be like this, maybe we could try again?
No, Harry. We can't.
Why is that?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, Not to you too.
What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better. I literally can't remember, so...
I don't know. Please.
She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals.
She avoids turning them to you.
Like what? Like cool insane? Like, wow, that cop's crazy. Insane like what? Like cool insane?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
What do you mean by insane?
You know what I mean.
Everyone gets a little down. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a cop. It's not easy work. Yes, I may know what you mean. Okay, I'll throw the necktie away. It stops saying things anyway.
What do you mean, stopped saying things?
It doesn't say anything anymore. I think there was something I had to do with it, but I didn't, and now it's dead.
It's not about some tie, Harry. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
Questions? Did someone say questions?
I don't have lists. Lie. Or option 2, they're not lists, they're trees. That's true.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask. But I like my list. If you're wearing the necktie and have the spirit bottle before the tribunal, you make a Molotov cocktail with it. That's pretty funny. Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the ex something. You're point to your head the morning. You're just an evil ape. We're all evil apes. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regent of the territories of Mundi and Insulindi, and nothing else. You're the ex something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who, everyone?
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone even deeper to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
You know what is impolite? Consigning a lieutenant detective of the Revachol citizens and militia to eternal damnation. Cool, your friends. Say hi to your friends for me then. This is so grotesque. Sure, let's indulge authority then. It's impolite to consign me to eternal damnation.
I am impolite with you, Harry, because you are the past. Me and those friends will have good times together in the future.
The evening wind blows in, the gown wraps around her like a white flag. He says,
This is how human beings operate.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
some self-reflection from authority. You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning and grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
He breathes out, it sounds more angry than a sigh. You're just an evil ape. We're all evil apes.
You don't have to hate the world. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is? I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome.
Sure. Beautiful world, beautiful aerodrome.
See?
Smells as if a weight is lifted off her shoulders.
The weight is you and your hate.
On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regent of the Territories of Mundi and Insulindi, and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
I bought you this figurine of a helmless Faln Rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then the figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless Faln Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
She liked war games and figurines.
Yes, I thought it would be good.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place. A doomed commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless Fallen Rider back then.
Not improving our odds of winning her back. But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
You didn't say it, you wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries.
I don't know about that. But sure.
Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
I have it right here, let me refresh your memory. Let's take a pause bitterly trip down memory lane. You know what I mean, you left me a letter saying you'll always come back to me. You can't believe how happy you are with me. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Harry. Okay, it was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn, the first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
I was cool.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub?
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
When you send back to the person you were, can't you think I'm cool again?
No. You scared it out of me. With your crying, your hysteric, the awful time we wound up having, and the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
Brutal.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Cheap flats so the rich man took you from me. It won't help anyway.
Nothing will. I've been poisoned by newspaper and news. All I can do is scream at them and think of her secretly.
Voyager Road, I know that place. Where is it?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
The house.
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I actually don't want to do this. Harry should just fucking get over it, I think. There's no way even succeeding this would be a good thing, I don't think. You're not even human.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this.
He looks around.
This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even...
No, you're special, you had glowing lungs. Sure, I have other questions.
Are the last thing I need right now. Hush. Can you hear? I think that's the 42.
You did it because you knew it would be bad? I think I would like Harry to heal. We don't get that option, really. I'm just gonna say don't go, though.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you to not let her go. I mean, things have changed. I understand.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be? Is it because I'm a loser who can't stop thinking about you?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
What are these options? This is intolerably bad. Sure.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Harry, get your shit together, alright? You've got your cool foul gear on. You've got a talking necktie.
Oh, quick. How was your sleep?
That was great. Let's solve the fucking case. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. Follow the blood and conclude. Let's count the entire island centimetre by centimetre. That's the next step in the task chain. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Just spit it out and get back to work.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
If you kiss her, she doesn't kiss you back, and one of the options is, but I succeeded. That's so sad.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
The lieutenant inspects a softcover. I don't think I'm very good at conceptualization. 3%. That's with a bonus. Sure, hell yeah.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing?
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
Okay. How many skill points have I got? I've got 2. I have 2 conceptualization. I'm not sure we have any gear for it. Oh. Oh. See how far we get with this first. Okay. Conceptualization, sure.
Why
Oh.
does art inspire you so much?
Why am I getting this? It does, yes, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday, and critique architecture.
Hold on, is architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Such a good idea. Wait, what about music? Is music art?
Only the most experimental kind.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but don't I have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all that?
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
Okay, sure. We'll be art cop then.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Actual art degree. Yeah, it's another copper type. The worst one. The most savage and brutal, the art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle, until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. Unfortunately, I have all the thoughts I'm gonna think, I think. Ooh. Nice scarf. Oh wait, I didn't actually test this again, did I? I got sidetracked by becoming an art cop.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique,
28.
detective stories, and
Sure.
adventures. Still nothing. Just
Still nothing. That's a pretty hard check, then. I could, skill up again and smoke a cigarette, I suppose. Let's look around a bit more first, see if we need any other skills. Scrape blast almost weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it.
you see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side, Kim?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I find us not opening it highly unlikely. Sure.
Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Hell yeah. Okay, wait, can I go this way as well now? Oh yeah.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Did this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Okay, turn emergency open. I assume we need to power it first, but...
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light, is alright.
The boat engine.
Ah. Wait, what about this fuel I found from my MC? From the canister. So I do have just fuel on me? Sure.
There's barely anything left.
Oh.
That won't work.
We get some from the boat engine?
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The console stands by, mute.
Alright. Oh, this thing. Okay. This hatch is jammed shut. Oh, what's that noise? Find fuel for the generator. Refuel on the island, tucked away somewhere. Explore, look around. Okay. Firing slit, you can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. By the way, you people who are like experts in this game, what is this for? Why can I do this by holding down right mouse?
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
No idea, no idea. Oh, cool. Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been. In front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Biblically accurate cob.
Yes, 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 yes.
No, 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 no.
No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
The winch is broken, rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Looks like this is as far as I get. pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast arm. Looks like fuel to me. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with Dramamine.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
A good place to hide. Cozy. Relatively safe from the rain.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see there's a roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I don't want to boast. I want to boast. Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Okay. Booyah, master cop work. Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Yeah, right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
Right here, points at the mattress.
You think so? We would see them if they were here.
I'm saying, what if it's me, Kim?
Perhaps it's a...
No, officer. It's not an invisible shooter. But this island, on the other hand.
You think he's here?
Or she. We should move.
Run away. Did the law student make it? I don't remember which one was the law student. The lady who pretended to be a gardener. Okay, she's not a law student. She's a practicing lawyer, okay? The start screen of the game is from that POV? Oh, that's funny. You feel eyes on your back, someone's watching, but you can't say where. Now let's juice this baby up. I wonder if I should have my flashlight in here, actually. Although I suppose we're about to turn the lights on, so it's a bit late now.
This old cylindrical generator
Poor.
waits. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Do I want a fun fact that has no bearing on my current run? I don't know, do I?
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
Okay. Emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
This is a very dramatic door.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
If Kim gets seriously wounded, you can take Kuno with you to this island? I see.
After you.
The blast door has 3 health bars. Before, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
I also have a gun. I don't think I have any ammo though, right?
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Let's go. I guess I can put my cool found gear back on. Or maybe I should put the armor on now, I don't know. What does this say? This Towie? Old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it. Yet you know that thousands all over the Isla are suffering the same fate as you. The fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. You've got 1 bullet. Oh yeah, okay. Shirt. I'm missing the shirt. Alright. Alright, looks good to me. Should I wield this? This thing. Just walk around with it. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Dual wield the pistol and the boombox. Unfortunately, I can't dual wield anything because I have a thing that gives me a boost when I've got an empty hand. Which one was it? Oh, I had this as well. Maybe this is why I was such a crack shot in the thing. Empty hand slot gives suggestion +1, yeah. Although I'm currently sitting on -2 suggestion, which pretty good. Alright, I've got my tracksuit and my gun. I mean, I feel like that's, you know... Rubber dinghy. Deflated, broken. Don't say same, Harry. Small white flowers blossom all around you. My god, the flower was relevant. Oh, hey. Well, this was simple. Hey man, you're under arrest.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell Magrave?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell the 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Did you close the blaster?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
Could this be the... what was he? The ideologue or something who was lurking around town?
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his hands. Looks like he knows the weapon.
58. Cannot be retried. Let's see. Can I skill things during conversations? I'm curious about this. Yeah. I'll go at 72. We'll keep a spare point, I guess.
The words, I am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army.
Whoa.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then stares at it, just lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Sure, we'd probably pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Okay. It's as he said.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition.
The right type and the right calibre.
Lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
The rifle has been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Alright.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Okay.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Thank you, Logic. You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Okay, I guess this wasn't the guy in town then. You've been hiding you for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane. That's steadfast. I don't even know what that is. That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
Dude, I'd love to live on a island fortress alone for 43 years. Are you kidding me? That sounds sick.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up?
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
We were told at the beginning of the game by our mind that communism killed the guy, so I guess Inland Empire was right.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl Child Revolution? She better come. I too have given my life to Mozartian socioeconomics. I do not dream anymore. Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility. Girl Child Revolution?
Always.
Sure, I don't think we're gonna... I don't think he's really gonna be impressed, but sure, we'll say this since we're insane anyway. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
For what?
for reaction to take hold.
What's reaction? It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away. And when was this exactly? And when was this exactly?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Now you're talking my language. Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
I wonder if we would have found something about him in the that one big locked bunker. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed.
One of the lines of all time. Pretty good.
And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know
What?
that the bourgeois are not human.
I've always suspected the same.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Jeffreter.
Lieutenant says gently.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
You just call me a twat. What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers, I know what you mean. Who speaks like that? Coalition military, I guess.
Iblis,
Iblis?
the black-eyed angel.
I see. Right means right, he's calling you a fascist, I see. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
Well, never a good sign.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. Sure.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing, others filled with pain only. A decade of
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Not appreciatively. I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain. You notice the lieutenant is about to say something. Alright, what have you got, Kim?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Have you concealed yourself?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
Oh, we did visit the mainland, okay. How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Giselaine 22B. In the basement, have you been there? There's a small bunker under the Feld building, have you stayed there? Alright, why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Yep, into the basement.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Yeah, I remember his bedroom in there, I think.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCF. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. a so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
We're not coalition appointed, we just try to help people. That's right, we're with the good guys. We enforce the law, we keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. Sure.
Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste en Hollande.
So funny to say these lines to like an actual fucking communist holdout soldier.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
This is great voice acting as well. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps?
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
Really now?
Okay then, over-mystified that a bit.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
Yeah, sure. We'll just keep. We'll just keep on this direction. I am also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
A liberast?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
I can only deny the liberal portion, I see. I'm not liberal, I told you I'm a communist.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
Right, I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for, sir?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay.
Great interjection logic, thanks.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
What?
this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot.
Solving a case?
The solution.
I see.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Okay, what do we see here? Going straight, no euphemisms. Slow and steady. Okay. Wait, so which one do I say then? So you're saying you kill people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell? Not sure if you'd know who that is, but... I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? I'll start here. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell?
The who now?
Yeah, he doesn't know. He leans in and covers his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part.
Oh, okay.
Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the willing and rags. Did you shoot him? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. His name is Lely. He was part of a security detail here in Martinez. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honourable Private Military Company Crenell. That would be a funny option. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the willing and rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Tear into him. Pile it on him. Everything you got on him. The more, the better. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Okay. I don't need your cooperation, I've got this. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. You're a communist. I talked to the dead man. He told me communism killed him. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head. Sure, let's start with that.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yeah.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dark secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Clausia rang any bells. These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clausia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent, and the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of his worn-out running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Who would have thought that my high drama score would come into play? I guess it is an easy check. 83? Come on, don't fuck me now, Harry.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
My god, he's right. Thank you, drama. People change shoes, it doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
Might do this one next. I talked to the dead man, he told me communism killed him.
Stupid twat.
The lieutenant looks at you with worry in his eyes. Not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
You fuck with the wrong police officer, I have paranatural abilities. Yes, I held a seance with his soul, it has shown me the way, and the way leads to you. It was intuition, had he spoken, he would have said communism killed him. Yeah, you fucked with the wrong police officer, I have paranatural abilities.
Nature does not behave in a paranatural manner. Aberrant bourgeois musings, magic earl creatures, and esoteric sensations. It's all crypto-fascism.
I don't know if you've heard about this thing called the Pale in this world, but
Your brain is rotting from the radio waves.
he looks at the air, then turns to the lieutenant.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks this approach worked. But still, somehow you knew it was a communist.
How?
Perhaps you suspected it before you took the case. The vision was you remembering that.
But this did nothing.
Was it supposed to?
I will look deeper then.
The inland sea is dark, vast, and on the surface, meaningless.
Turn back to him.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain festering.
I don't need your cooperation, I've got this. Show him his gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
Okay. Stop changing the subject, we have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. Dramatically ask, you think we have a murder weapon? Sure.
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
Lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man. I mean... Sure. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. None of these are particularly interesting options, I don't think.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Really? I mean, if you say so, Roderick. So you shot him?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod, hold your breath. Sure, I'll hold my breath too then, why not?
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death. And that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Well, I think this guy left his post, revealing himself to be a coward 43 years ago. And he's been hiding here. Some fucking loser. And this was his last little strike back at the world before he fucking dies. I'm not very impressed, to be honest.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
Lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Oh, he's on this a lot. Okay.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
I could put some points in composure for this as well. If I can. Oh yeah, I've never skilled this up. Holy shit. I could put so many points in composure. What does 1 point do to my odds? 42. Let's keep talking then. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out. Soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
A kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to film. Oh, I mean...
Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you.
How did you see all this, the bruises that she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
Oh, the peephole. Well, 97 doesn't get any better than that. Don't fuck this one up, Harry.
It quickly comes to you.
Yeah, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the Welling and Rags. Those are your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Do you also talk to Shivers? And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the whirling in rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough. Man needs to feel something else. It helps if you have your eye on something there. Something pretty. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No,
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
You brought her Maybells?
Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Sure. Something put the thought in you, a compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
He raises his eyes, they're round and wide.
A brief flash of terror.
I just got this feeling from what you said, do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
In conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, we don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us see her first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafort. Why not?
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandeliers she sees sparkle in the dusk below her. Streets, towers, tenements, and cold water. Across the water, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Odd flower behavior. You looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes. Pushes the melancholy aside. He relishes it.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. Nod.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing?
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex.
This guy's incredible.
At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Just nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word.
Disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores? Where can I find these disco whores? You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare a farce of a social democrat. By the cock parading in his colourful uniform, you mean Renee. I'm glad we talked about this. Disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. You mentioned the Union.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everett's brother?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
You talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
He's still poking at the ash now, just shakes his
The
head.
Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
That'd be interesting. Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marxist. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marxist. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
Ever having a twin brother is such a weird thing. Don't think it goes anywhere. I thought it was just a gag. Because they keep switching out to run the union every election. And he let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Did you kill the Cornell mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hang the man for them. But he's insinuating something.
Talk to Everett about previous form and oh. Interesting. This one's a red check? Okay. Alright then, logic. Well, I can only put one more point into it anyway. 72. Oh, here goes nothing.
The connection
Nice.
comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the union yet, did they? A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glisten suddenly with hatred.
Bordering on sentimentality. It drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that Clasio.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
How come? Say
The
nothing.
cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
It was you, making motion like shooting a rifle. You shot her.
Someone shot her, or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage, different from the one he has for her.
nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again, nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody. And the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By the cock parading in his colourful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
Oh, do you think this guy saw my heroic bro? That would be pretty good.
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them, I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
The lieutenant asks cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
He actually died of old age.
No.
Yep.
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
Couldn't help but do that now. You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
You cared about him.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. And now, God damn this world.
I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
The old communist says, staring at the ground, seemingly to the island you're on. You okay, Mr. Dross, to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now,
Glad we talked about what?
alright, 72. We have points though. Composure. 83. I can retry it as well, so I'll give it one shot.
What strikes you about this gauntlet
Nice.
is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He's surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Didn't really go anywhere. I think we've exhausted all this,
His
haven't we?
lip curls.
Yeah.
Glad we talked about what?
You're under arrest, then, I suppose, for the murder of the Cornell Colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The old man's eyes fill with sudden, unexpected terror at the words.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But
Kim, he's afraid.
no, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's not afraid of jail. He's afraid of something else. Like parting from a loved one.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Oof. Damn, not a lot of hearing. Ugh. First say, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Oh, I hope I get to actually roll it. Who watches him there while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Something is happening. Stop.
Inland Empire, legendary success.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Inland Empire warned. Oh, I feel like I should stop asking questions then. I'm nowhere near any other skill ups though, is the thing. 28%. Fucking YOLO.
You thought you heard something,
Nope.
but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
Maybe you can just ask that net picker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
Yeah.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
Fuck. It's too late. I can't listen now. I listened to the last one. We could all fit in the little boat.
Actually, no.
I could come back for you once I've taken him to the precinct. Or you could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct. Not sure what's more dangerous, him or staying on the island. I'll take him in.
Okay, how about I take him to the precinct and you wait on the island?
I'll do it. Let's not get into this.
This world. What are you talking about? Is this us?
Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Oh shit! It's the Insulindian Phasmid. Pretty big.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb. to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that? Point to it.
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Has that been visible the whole time, by the way? Or did it just spawn in? That's funny if it's been visible the whole time.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant arthropod. Wait, I can talk to it? Electrochem? I don't know if I even have any electrochem gear, to be honest. Let's see. Oh. Alright, we've got some. Seven. Alright, you can have this one. No more backseating now, please.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Alright, let's open with this then. Lena's childhood experience, +3. Your corpse will be marked by stars, +1. Laid the pheromone on thick, +1. I think we would have been okay anyway, to be honest. Be funny to fail it now with 97.
With your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
The game is very kind, letting you save between the deserter and the phasmid. Dude, I would never save Scum RPG, that's so boring. You didn't have Lena's story and you had like EC2. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. Okay, Kim, take the picture. That's right, we do have one more camera thing, don't we? going to open with that so that I don't lose it.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go.
You
3,
can shoot the camera, right?
2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Hell yeah, Inland Empire. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Warning? Okay, pull your hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor.
Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. I'm going to push my luck.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick my finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Seems a bit weird to raise my hand slowly now, but sure, let's do that now.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you.
Keep checking to see if this guy's still here. He is. Okay.
Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
It takes some... I'll raise my other hand.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. Shifting around in the reeds around it, in the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Lieutenant watches you apprehensively.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel. as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Okay, a 97% Inland Empire roll, which we've had 10 in for the whole game. This would be the funny one to fail now. Let's see. +1 spoke to the hangman. +2 did not give up on Phasmid. +1 tasted it. +1 knows of parthenogenesis.
I exist.
Right, we're Inland Empiring with it now. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
A fire burning. It's wunderbar. I'm ill. If I tell you what will happen. Fire burning.
Fire? Where?
Inside.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a one palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn.
You're the type of animal I would like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. The fuck is happening to me right now? Let's be nice to the Phasmid. You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
That's cool.
No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now.
Yes. Thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
Well, that's good. I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that.
I can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you will not eat me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you.
Aww. Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from, all this, around us, the world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god? And all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day, with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
So you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Too sensitive of a matter. Have you accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
it may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's this accidentally stuff in Celindian Phasmid, okay? I'll have you know I am a serious cryptozoologist. Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Oh, I see. That's why he's losing his mind. That's insane.
No, you are.
Oh, right, yeah,
The
true.
moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
I see. Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power. Question mark.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Ow.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
What's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Blink quick. But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. This is the gloaming I've been waiting for ever since I woke up in the hotel room. I have already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much. I will be extra careful not to blink, stick insect, don't worry. Okay, it's not a stick insect, it's the Insulindian Phasmid, alright. I'll be extra careful not to blink, stick insect, don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Nothing, just looking at the stick insect, everything is normal. I'm having a vision.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
The case? The case is meaningless compared to this. I have totally transcended the case. Yep.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts, that was all.
No, there is one more.
Nope, there are no more thoughts. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. Sure, you are the most beautiful in Celindian Phasmid.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-inch stick insect to tell you that.
death. Thank you, Insulindian Phasmid. Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
What do we got here? Fairweather T500 helmet. God damn it, I missed the boots. And T932 rifle scope. Interesting. Oh, here's his gun as well. The bolt action 446 caliber Changong is the poor man's sniper rifle. While not the most reliable of firearms, it is relatively precise due to a very manageable recoil, thus allowing the shooter to take multiple consecutive shots fast. This particular piece is missing a scope though. Here we go. Common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt action, 446 caliber. It uses an older style non-dotted range-finding reticle. The reed is still stuck on the lens and it suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. Alright then. This monstrous looking bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater. It's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. But unfortunately, I do not have the boots, because I didn't understand how time worked at the beginning of the game or something. Which is a shame. I think this is what I have. I'm in my police gear? No way. I'm in my found gear, man. Oh, actually, I've got better sunglasses, haven't I? I think. I don't know. Probably these.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
So how could you not see the Phasmid?
See?
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Doras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Doras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
He looks at him, then you. I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Yes.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Okay, he couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
It's definitely toxic, the phasmid. It told me it is. Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. Yeah, it's definitely toxic, it told me.
Told you? Yes, good. During your long staring match, I understand.
He looks at the man, then you. He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in its who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the ceramic helmet?
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
The return. Use the boat to return to the mainland. Any final thoughts, Kim?
Yes.
Tell me about the case again.
What do you want to know?
Never mind. Have I ever talked about you, Kim?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Come on, Lieutenant, open up a little.
If you insist. What do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I'm not going to call him a Beano. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Okay, you're only making it sound interesting. I still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholier.
He's glad to have shut down your question.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
What is this? Oh, okay.
The lieutenant nods.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You never... You say your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place.
Alright, thanks, Kim.
Good. Let's change the subject.
I guess I can put my gun away now as well. I think now is the time for the boombox. Which way did I come again? This way? Whoa! You went all blurry for a second there, Kim.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insul Indian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communal Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM? It sounds like RCM, Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Bit late, encyclopedia.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
Just catch your breath. What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious revolutionary army. It's a little branding in 51, no? Maybe we need a rebrand?
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
He bows to inspect the barrel. What are we looking at? Oh, this, maybe? A white star. Point to the star on the label.
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
I'll have to check what we're looking at. Are those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Oh, maybe there? Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Yeah, I guess so. Kim, stop vibrating when you move. You're going all blurry. It freaks me out.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
Nuh-uh, I've got my boombox playing.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Harry, we're here because we're worried.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression changes and he tilts his head.
What is that? Full AC? What's with all the performance gear? Are you back in high school?
Hey man, fuck you. This is cool.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
No one else seems bothered by my foul gear.
Bothered by it? Harry, you're a goddamn cop. They're afraid of you.
Yes, I am a goddamn cop.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
We met once.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
No, Kim, you've got to have my back. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
He says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Okay. How did you know I was here? You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman, pointed at her. So Trent Heidelstein turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein. Oopsie gay, no one's who they say they are. You mentioned a task force. What have you been on this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. Let's start there.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson? Yeah, fuck you.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
All will burn, Satellite Officer Vikma. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police guard? Why would you leave a literal police guard?
You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Turn to face the general direction of the whirling and yell, "Damn you, cafeteria manager, you betrayed me for the last time." I understand. Okay, God told you. Sure, we'll do too.
Speaking of which, the giant aerografito in front of the building. The one that's burning. Did you do that?
Yeah, I lit it on fire. It was a poetic gesture.
I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trant? I told you it was our shit, kid.
The line is from Lu Jiatun's Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism, the titular returning character to ghost the apparition of... Good choice, Harry.
Don't encourage him, Trant.
Okay.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Actually, I suspected something was off. Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you. I suspected.
Did you? Or did you think I was a goddamn firefighter? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends, I just have a stupid head. I'm truly sorry, Officer Minot. Well, Officer Minot, glad to make the acquaintance. Let's put the past behind us.
Right, sir.
The tone is suddenly very cold. So, Trant Hiddleston?
Yes, I'm Trant Hiddleston. I never said I wasn't Trant Hiddleston.
Wait, what was it with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
His son? What a joke. Everyone is lying to you.
Yeah, where's your son now, special consultant?
I sent him home. Mikhail's with his mother. We share custody.
I told you. He's one drink away from killing someone.
I wouldn't quite say that. But yes, he is displaying aggression not atypical of late-stage alcoholism.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Duped again, no one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
God knows, scab leader this. Tell at least you are who you said you were, Kim.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisuragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory, who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Hiddleston, and Guillaume Baby.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does our unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
Damn, shit tier.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-soda, pal, and so on.
To be fair, they were just amusing questions.
As displayed in the station,
Maybe not pale.
interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still. I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vredefort's cool here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
I drank so much I lost my memory. I made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. I am a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. Capitalism fucked me. That's right. I think we just drank too much, right? But I might want to... I think I'll blame the hole in the world because I think they'd like to hear that.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
I'll explain later, but there's another man who lost his memory. A crab man.
Crabman is an unfortunate choice of words, but I was there. The church on the coast shook from an audiospatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic, or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, I have put this into my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
What the hell, Kim?
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his other anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vicmere, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures toward the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong, I'm too far gone for work. Fuck all of you, I don't want to be in your unit. I'm ready to lead again. I am a superstar cop, so...
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Hell yeah. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Just stand there.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Hold on, in the ocean? It was stolen by Jacob Erb. That was me, it was stolen by traffic hooligans. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater, he wasn't. The time had come to kill a sunset.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Wait, my badge? I got my badge right here. I lost it. I haven't found it yet. Lie. My badge? Let's scare him first.
The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
I got it right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge,
Oh no.
eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Alright, 83. Come on, Harry. 83. Whoa. I got the boombox in my hand still.
Not today, badge.
Not today, badge. Did I get the badge?
You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun?
He asks, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
Gun. Just read gun. I have a new gun now. Present Ruby's gun.
I don't care if you have a new gun. I only care about your old gun. Your official sidearm. You lost it, didn't you?
This is a great gun. Maybe it's not some kind of flashy sidearm, but still.
I don't care. Where is the gun the RCM gave you to kill people with? Where is that one?
That one I don't have.
I knew it. I told you wouldn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes. You're drunk like an asshole, Harry. Please, put the stolen firearm away before you kill someone.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. Lie. What? I've had a little drink. I tried not to, but I can't work as well without it. I'm not drunk right now. Is that really a lie? I don't know. I'm pretty sure we haven't drank today, so, you know. I've had a little drink.
A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. You smell like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Classier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Classier, she was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Okay, I got duped there. I let her go as an act of mercy. That's just a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. That doesn't matter, none of it does. We are looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. I have come to know the final fate of man and the universe. It's just a small detail in a huge case. Okay, we let one person not go to prison.
Sure, if it's part of your master plan. Let's not even get into the other suspect. The one who shot herself in the head. Another detail.
Okay, you can't hold me responsible for that, alright?
Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Yeah, you tell him, Kim.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, what he said. They also solved the case. It's solved, all of it. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? Firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of the century. Yeah, where were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
Okay, but leave out the gun thing, Kim. Can you just leave out the gun thing? When I asked you your gun, can we just keep that story between us? That was an honest mistake, okay?
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
I am a policeman of the state to come. That's not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
Yeah.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
Yeah.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Yeah, keep going, Kim.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Did I succeed at that? No. I had the failure karaoke, unfortunately.
He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
You better keep tight hold of that photo, Kim.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Oceana? I don't know what that means. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. I don't think that's going to go over as the thing. Say nothing.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
You won't believe it.
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Hosanna is a cry to God from Hebrew, I see.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Okay. Do I get to say all of these, or do I have to pick one? Let's see. I also started a nightclub in the church. Also, the phasmid was female, the reeds are its nest. The killer, Leonidovich Dross, we have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Débardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found, yeah. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. What do you say? Want to take this hot shit back? I mean, I think we know this, right? I don't think we can prove it unless he actually confesses, but... We know 4, but it's not provable, is it? I don't know how police procedure works in this world. Does that count?
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Lieutenant lowers his voice just a little. This isn't a court, it's a conversation. And I'm just thinking about what we can prove. He did say... Well, he didn't even confess though, did he? He confessed to seeing it. It's not really the same.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
Okay, we get to say a lot of them. We'll start with the reasonable ones then. We got a motive for the dude.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
I see.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
I wonder if he still has any relatives with Liliane. He killed a mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmid semiochemicals. I guess that's kind of true, maybe, I don't know. It does seem to animate him. Act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
Could you go the entire game without ever actually finding out about the bullet in his head, or with the... I guess he must have been taken for autopsy, right? Surely they'd get back to you.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism, like the phasmid. It's way more than that. I'll win her back with this. Ugh. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. Okay. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism, like the phasmid. We'll agree with Inland Empire.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
There's an achievement for not looking at the body once.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it. Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
Okay, let's see. Sure, I looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. Let's see where this goes.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
A commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. The curse turned out to be possibly entropinetical. Part of my larger investigation into Martinez itself, of course.
No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be entropinetical again. Enough with the sort of repale 2mm hole in the world line. This isn't Paradox B. We're a police force.
It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this angle further. Cut it out is indeed what he is thinking.
There was a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found
The
him?
body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Kuno.
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I honestly don't remember if I snorted the drugs from Kuno's dad. They might just still be in my inventory. Also, the Phasmid was female, the reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
I spoke to it.
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and scope. I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis. I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds. It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Well, it had a female voice when I spoke to it in my mind, okay? So I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It was called the Phasmid's Dowry. Oh, room. Yeah, just a hunch.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow.
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Yes.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the Phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
He shakes his head.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like a hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian Phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
No. I mean, what we've created is, you know, it's keeping youth off the streets. No drugs involved at all. We started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, I reinvigorated the local nightlife. Yeah, I did some kids a solid, turned their lives around. Yeah, and I discovered a hitherto unexplored entroponetical phenomenon in there too. A 2mm hole in the world.
Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
Yes, they do.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Okay. He's just jealous of our anthroponetical adventures. I agree 100%. So what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back? Point to yourself.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
Drugs.
So I have to. Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
But do I want to know Inland Empire? I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coran. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot. No way, I was a rock and roll singer. A guerrilla soldier / gym teacher?
No, a regular one.
No way, I was a rock and roll singer.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, the inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sports I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music? How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick?
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
Alright, calm down, boys. When was this? When was I a gym teacher? You said in Quran I was a gym teacher there? What did I do? Okay, when?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Hey. In Quran?
Yes, you taught gym in Quran. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
The phone set dialogue is something you did not expect. Hell yeah.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
I wonder if you never run in the game. Is there any different dialogue, or does it just not get said? Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
So we weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
But I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dorangalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Figures?
Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go on.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
Harry's all fucked up from a girlfriend from 6 years ago. It's even worse. What kind of station is Precinct 41?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Judith just wants to go home. It's pretty funny. Didn't she say the sun's going down? The sun is going down. It's 11:15. Torson and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
He's also fucked up because he was doing 2 major cases in Jamrock for slums, where him only killing 3 people is seen as incredible. 2 cases a week. And the Sea, I mean, he's having dreams about his girlfriend every night though, right? And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
And Prices...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town.
Okay, Trenton. What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Thanks, Encyclopedia. It's so funny that I make money whenever he pops up. A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
My god, my home!
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Alright, Kim, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Oh no, they're not setting up a sequel that's never gonna get made, are they? Of course Harry lives in Perdition, yeah.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Imagine having any partner other than Kim.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Got an achievement for recruiting Detective Kim Kitsuragi, so there you go.
He's really considering it.
I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you, then Vikmar.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmair? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
This is a big end button. End. Dude, that looks so cool in my phone gear. You're all thinking it. You look like a chav getting arrested. Well, that's very classist of you, Suki. I think. Very disappointing. Anyway, there's Disco Elysium. What a great game. It's possible there is supposed to be end music here, but I'm on streamer mode and so there isn't any, so... It's kind of bittersweet because I would actually fuck with a sequel or an expansion or just any new games in the setting, or even with that RPG system. And probably not going to see any of that because the studio is just fucked now, huh? What a great novel, or even a collection of books. It's a lot of writing, but I don't know, they've done it in a very clever way, because I don't know. Very chunky. I think I read somewhere that they base the way the dialogue works on like a social media feed or a Twitter feed or something, right? Studio might be dead, but it's sure to have inspired a bunch of other people, including the original writers. I don't know, can you imagine how demoralizing it would be as a writer to work on building like this whole world and then just lose the IP and have to start again? Yeah, I looked up the narrator. He's a jazz musician, which is pretty cool. One of those cases where the setting came from the devs' RPG campaign. Well, hope they played a lot of RPG campaigns then. Your brother liked it and he's a cop. Wait, beautiful necktie? There's a beautiful necktie? Wonder how much stuff I missed. I don't mind missing stuff in games like this though, because it makes, if you play it again, it just makes it more interesting. Necktie becomes beautiful in its heroic sacrifice, I see. I miss the pigs and my gun. Also, yeah, I'm going to assume there should have been music here, but streamer mode has screwed me. Don't seem able to skip the credits, so I don't know if anything happens at the end, but... The Expander started as an RPG campaign? That's pretty funny. You can tell the Coalition about the hole in the world by turning the statue into a radio and then send you an airship. What? It's a good song too. I'll look it up later. Or I'll just start it in... There's probably an autosave, right? More Everett stuff. It would be fun to do another playthrough and just do a completely different character. Probably not right away though. I think an obvious one would just be to be a total dickhead with really high authority, just... some ultra fucking fascist cop asshole, just... arresting guard. You can't do that because you're incapable of being mean to Kim. Speedrun that 0% Kim affection. Are there any games in development right now then that you guys know about that are similar, or that the guys involved in this are working on, or anything like that? Upcoming games stealing the style. The game also just shits on you if you go for a moralist playthrough. Just you are lame as hell and have no principle. Some overlap between Disco and Stasis Bone Totem. But you couldn't find any confirmation. Oh, okay. Yeah, I played Planescape Torment a long time ago, but don't really remember it, to be honest. For some reason, the only thing I remember from that game is when you can ask the angel if he's forgotten the face of his father. I don't know why. It says, for just a moment, his achingly beautiful mask slips or something. That's the one line I can remember from the whole game. At least that's a very memorable one. Speaking of other games, I have to find something else to stream now. I was thinking of buying that Pacific Drive game, because it looks interesting. So I might try that next stream. I think it's a survival game as well, and I've never played a survival game before, so... What game? Pacific Drive, I think it's called. Alright, nothing after credits. Yeah, I'll do Pacific Drive or Ultros or Jagged Alliance 3, or I'll start Elden Ring, depending on how I'm feeling. I might not stream tomorrow though, because I have a bunch of shit I need to kind of catch up on. I might stream it on Monday and around the same time. This is the shot right here. This is what the killer sees. I see. I'm trying to scan for the whirling in rags now. Oh, okay, there's the statue. So it'd be to the left? Or is it this building? Or is this the whirling in rags? Is that the... That looks like the front of it, right? Then this would be the roof. If you decide to stream Elden Ring, you should probably take breaks to stream something else. You can get tired of it by the end? Okay. There's a big DLC for that coming out soon, right? Or I'm not soon, I think maybe in... is it July or something? June, right, okay. Actually, let me just check. I think it was Jagged Alliance and Elden Ring that were next on the poll I did. Let's see. So, Disco Elysium, 7. Yeah. And then it's Elden Ring and Jagged Alliance. But I might do Pacific Drive anyway, because it looks cool. And it just came out, so... Probably an endgame-ish DLC, yeah. Yeah, I'll try it out. If I enjoy it, I'll keep playing it. If I don't, well, I've got plenty of other games to stream, so it's fine. I think that's it for Disco Elysium, though. What's collage? Oh shit, what is this? This mode contains spoilers? What am I looking at? If these are all the characters in the game, there are a lot of people I didn't meet. I think. Mega rich light bending guy. What? Place. Fuck is this? He was in the container? Fuck, man. Okay. I don't know what the fuck. Probably could have used that to make some sick thumbnails or something. He's that rich, he distorts light? I see, that makes sense. Alright, see you later, Disco Elysium. Yeah, that's super bittersweet since, the fucking studio is probably completely fucked. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you enjoyed watching that. Certainly a very fun game. I'm really glad I played it. And yeah, I'll probably stream again on Monday, if anyone's around. But that's it from me. At some point, do you know what else I need to stream? I need to update the rest of my Dominions mods, and it was fun doing that on stream. More interesting than just doing it alone, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, cheers for hanging out, guys, and I'll see you next time.